Well, hello everyone. Welcome aboard Flying with Mike. We are in Atlanta where we left off after a very well, it was a amazing event flying the FedEx event this past Saturday. We ended up right here in Atlanta. FedEx Atlanta. A whole bunch of us joined. I don't know the total numbers, but it was a pretty intense out of Miami. I think it's a little calmer today out of Hotlanta here. We'll get things rolling here momentarily. You can see again, we're on the 767 300 getting loaded here on the ramp in Atlanta. Kind of do a quick tour here, give you a little flavor of the beast of the sky today. Got the fuel truck out here. Now to load the plane, the minimum equipment that needs to be selected on the electronic flight bag, the fuel truck, loaders, both cargo there on the main deck and the ones you see here on the first officer side, the baggage loaders, and the staircase. That's it. You can load the plane with that. Well, we've added a few more items, the ACU, the air conditioner. I mean, it is known as Hotlanta, so, it's probably a good idea to put some air to the plane, as well as the GPU there on the nose. So let's get up in the office and get to work here. We got about a 3.5 hour flight time to Phoenix, looking at about 4.5, 4 hours, maybe as much as 5 here on the stream. So, all right, so let's take a look. Now, I have gone through the checklist already and at least got us powered up. So that meant I do my basics basically. I start at the bottom, a little bit of an Airbus flavor. Start down here, work my way up to the panel. So, and I look to make sure the parking brake is on, but I also want to make sure that radar is off so we're not irradiating out towards any one radiation. We can make sure the throttle moves, spoilers down, flaps up, landing gear down. Now with the battery switch already turned on, we're going to see the 3 green. Otherwise, all you're looking for is the lever down. Then we're going to move up top here, make sure the wipers are off, and then commence with powering up. And that basically involves opening the guard here on the battery, clicking the switch, going over here to the standby power, clicking auto. Since if you have ground power on, you can then switch on to ground power, then your 2 bus ties here, your 2 utilities here, and just click the outer switches here so they say on for your generator connects. And what those do, when the engines come alive, they actually connect the generators on the drive with the engines to the air, drive the power into the aircraft. So as you can see, it goes from the gen connects, the utility bus helps, and then to the 2 buses. So, all right, so then bus is your electrical systems of the plane. Air, pneumatics, that's over on this panel. Okay, then I also go along and do a few others. We'll check those later in the checklists. But for now, let's go ahead and start getting that IRU warmed up and aligned so that way we can get out of the gate here. Actually, before we do anything else, let's get the loading started because that can be a little time consuming. So I'm going to come back down just for a better view. Now you can either go here, click 757 EFB, or it's right there in the corner. Go with that one for now. They're both the same, folks. Nothing's changed. Alright, again, stairs, chocks are cool. There's your loaders, your baggage loaders, GPU fuel truck, there's your air conditioner, and there's your loader. Again, loader, LSU, stairs are the minimum. Oh, and fuel truck, sorry. And for those not on my Discord channel, It was a very late night at work last night, so pardon the yawning. We had a late flight to start with. Got in around, it was scheduled around the 10ish p.m. time frame, and it was delayed and got in around 11. But we also had airfield issues going on that required numerous NOTAMs to go out that kept us on our shift up till way past 1:30 in the morning. So it was a very late night out there. We got very little sleep there, and consequently that's why we're late today. I just already knew I was going to need a nap when I got home. So anyway, all of that aside, let's get back to the plane. Alright, so the maintenance is what we're going to perform now. All we do is click maintenance. Successfully performed. Now we're going to load this plane. Okay. Looking here, here's where we load it. Your pallet number, cargo weight. To many, including me, when I first opened this up and tried learning it, pallet number meant these right here. These positions. How many of those do I want to use? And then how much cargo do I want to put on them, right? Wrong. Actually, that is incorrect, folks. Okay, with each pallet you put on this plane, you're adding 9,800 pounds. They're preset. Sorry, you can't change that. Well, that I know of. Let's put that caveat out there, that I know of. So, what I do is I take my sim brief. We're going to go ahead and get Sim Toolkit up here now. And lucky for you, I've already done the calculation, so it's going to seem like, man, he knows math. Wrong. I got you fooled. Love it. Alright, so let's go ahead and get that timer out. We'll go ahead and pull the goals feature out and press on here. Okay, so let's get the load sheet. So we're looking to load up to 270,630 pounds with 3 peeps in the cockpit. That's pretty typical flight. Actually, one's load master, the other 2 are in the cockpit. So I kind of go off this number, 72,630, and then I divide that by the 9,800 pounds. So I find out how many pallets we're going to have. Well, I found out that's going to be 7 on this flight. Getting my cheat sheet up. See, told you I already did this. Okay, so we're going to put 7 pallets in. Okay. Now, cargo weight. What I do there is I take the zero fuel weight I want to make, which here is the 270,630 pounds, minus the zero fuel weight right now showing. And when I did this, I came up with 40. Oh, we're moving all over the place. That was not cool. Let's try that again. 4030. Third time's got to be a charm. Okay. Enter. Gonna optimize in just a second. The last field I do is the fuel weight, which is, if you were with us Saturday, I just screwed that up totally, as I'm trying to screw it up again. So 52687. Leave is what you're seeing on Sim Toolkit. It's off my screen. Yeah, 52687. So I'm going to hit enter. We are now going to get everything set up so we're no longer delayed anymore. Maintenance has been done, so let's optimize. And all it's going to do is make the CG more manageable, 19%. And then click load. And like I said, this takes time. Now, how can we tell when we're done? Well, one, the noise you hear in the aircraft possibly, that's the big one. Or we're done fueling up here. All right, so there you go, folks. We are now loading the 767. So, lastly on here, we see 222 for the cost index, and 34,000 is what we're going up to. So, quick look at the rest of the flight plan. We are in a 767 with CF engines. There's our estimated weights. Our estimated zero fuel weight will be 270,630, estimating out with the fuel and the cargo and all that good stuff to 322,000 pounds. A heavy aircraft. Average winds, headwind as would be expected. We're going from Atlanta to Phoenix, so we're going east to west into what's prevailing wind at these latitudes. Fuel breakdown, see how the trip, the contingencies, and all our fuel to the alternate of Prescott all break down to our total block fuel that they're uplifting right now into us. And then when we get to the FMC, there's the reserve right there, 11.1. Okay. Finally, just so you get a kind of a feel, there's our kind of routing out of here onto our route. This is the end of the SID, sorry. Alright, so time for Sim Toolkit to move away. Oh, wrong Sim Toolkit. There we go. And let's get into this checklist here. There it is. Oh my goodness. Right in front of my nose. Best place to put something, they've always said, right in front of your nose. Because you'll never find it again. Once we're done loading, we'll finish up where it says dismiss or close, chocks, gate, fuel truck, doors, all of that we'll get once now if we wanted, we could actually get our better pushback put in now according to the check. And yeah, you can. You can have that all set up. Okay, and here's our safety checks one more time. So now let's go up here and get the FMC started. Okay, so we got our lighting set as we want. Currently we have the position lights, the wing lights, and the logo lights on. Plus we've adjusted all cockpit lighting to to what I would want. Then, before I do the next item, LCR IRS, left, center, right, I take the display switch up here and put it on heading. Those of you new, we're going to move to align each of these three. We're getting on BAT or on DC, meaning they'll work when the engine generators aren't working, and if our backup, the APU, doesn't, bring the generator online, we'll at least know where we are right here, because the battery will still be able to do it. Okay, we're on nav or align. So I'm glad I got to that mute switch quick enough. Didn't want to cough in your ears. Okay, each one's on nav. Now, why I went to heading right here, that's how many minutes till it aligns. So technically, this plane cannot move for 7 minutes, or it will cause a navigational problem. This is what caused the KAL disaster in the late 80s, where they got shot down by the Russians. Somehow they got to where they were aligning the INS systems. Those of you who love the Fearless 747 like I do, who love that INS. You know, I don't go there, but I know a lot of you love that INS. That's what happened to that plane. That plane moved, and it caused the navigation update to be flawed. Hence, when they flew, everything was going just like they thought they plugged in, but the aircraft was actually drifting further into Soviet territory and eventually too far, and they shot it down, thinking it was a 707. Now, you do the thinking on that, and yeah, I'm sorry, I still have a hard time coming up with it being a 707. So, but you know, it is what it was. It happened, and everything, you know, was dealt with back then. All right, so we are now in a line up here. So now let's come back down and program the FMC. I'm actually going to do it from here. Pull this one up just, oh, I thought I had everything set. That's what I get for thinking, folks. Hang on just a second, folks. Again, my apologies, folks. We were expecting someone today, and they've had a pretty busy day, so we're just getting things squared away for tomorrow. Alright, sorry again, folks. Sorry for that. Real world kicking into the flight sim world. Alright, so we'll get the back up here. So let's go back up here. Alright, so the ident page. Just make sure your model's right. We're in the freighter version of the 767, so the -F would be correct. This is a service out there, folks, from Navgraph that you can subscribe to. That keeps your navigation data up to date. It's amazing what these folks are able to do to keep us up to date in the sim world, but they do. And then the developers of these planes make those approaches happen that they do in the real world. It's really a neat thing that's been around probably 10-15 years now. And man, it is great to be. If you see a flight plan on FlightAware that says go to this fix, go to this fix, go to this fix, and you're not necessarily up to date, you may not have those fixes, and then you have to build it with what you have. But it's just a neat thing, folks. So I highly recommend Navgraph. So, and you MustFuss users, MSFS 2020. There is an ability with this and another service. I'm not sure of the other. I don't deal with it, so I don't know. But Airnac is a good service, folks. With that, let's move on to the position ident, and that'll take us to KATL. That's where we're at. Now, the gate feature does work. I just don't use it. Then we just take that GPS setting and put it there. Go to route, put Atlanta up there. We'll type in Phoenix. Today's flight, FDX 811. Sorry, we don't have a route in there. It's really not a complicated route. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the AvTab. One neat feature about AvTab, folks, if you don't have it, one, it's free, and two, it always shows your frame rates. You don't have to have that box up there to tell you. AvTab. You know, there we go. You can tell I'm tired. Forgot about the red dot. Okay, and then we go to next page. Okay, so our route today's Henko. Okay, now when these come up like this, now you can go over to SkyVector, put the route in, and check the coordinates. However, if you look at it real closely, we have northern, pretty close on the north latitude, but the longitude, well, we're in the western hemisphere. So it would be this one. And Gadsden. GAD. I was about ready to type out the town that I drove to a lot. Man, this comes up a lot. Right now I am going to check just to be safe. $112.3. Okay. All right. Next up on the list is Smith's. Why do I got a feeling there's going to be a couple of these too? Okay, good. Then we're going to Memphis. Bookie City, IRW. All right, now you can see we do have to check 35 and 43. So, all right. There we go. J78 to the ENH, which I think is Panhandle VOR, but not 100% sure. Then we're going to go to ACH. CUN. And we're at the end of it, by the way, folks. Activate, execute. All right, so that takes care of that. The last thing I want to do while we actually aligned, I'll show you how you know, is put in cut in 2 after we select our runway. And today's runway is going to be we'll go off 8 left. Okay, so all I did was click departure, arrival, DEP, ARR, selected my runway, and that, and sure, yeah, we're set. Okay. All right, now how do you know you're aligned when you're not looking up top very easily? Very simple. Your gauges came alive. You can see the full PFD and the full nav display now. Just kick down here and put this into plan. Come up a couple notches. There we go. And then back to legs. I'm going to go ahead and pull this out. All right, so what you see now is the flight plan. We're just going to kind of step through it, just like it says here, stepping down through it, making sure there's no discontinuities. Oh, I do need to move just a little. Okay, good, and it centers on the fix. You can check your numbers if you wanted to go out further to see how badly it's out, you know, things like that you can do. All we're looking for are discontinuities, and that I didn't mistype anything to put us with, like, let's just say Panhandle there was 1,650 miles. Yeah, I'd want to go in and check that. More than likely, I'm not doing a fix that long. More than likely is the key word in that sentence. And there you go, there's Phoenix. So back to route. Pull that to map. And I like keeping these pretty. Come on. Oh, come now. Go. All right, so there we go. All right, and that gets us set up with the route. Now, I did not put in the arrival because I will do that in flight. Folks, it's a 3.5 hour flight. So weather conditions could change on me. And if I'm pre-programmed, well, then I run the risk of doing a lot more work than if I just waited. Meaning, let's say I put in for what I'm hoping for, 7 left, and the wind shift, and we have to come in on the 2.5s. Okay, well, this is simple for us. We just, instead of going way out back in, we come down here. Yeah, it's easy to hand flight. What if you're in the clouds? Well, you can't see then, so you're programming this so it'll help you get to where you want to be as you fly. So you want to try to do the least amount of work as possible here. So I'll hold off until we get there. Plenty of time from Panhandle, from Oklahoma City, Panhandle, out there in the middle, you know, the upper, or in the plains, to set this up and be more accurate than doing it 1,500 miles away. Okay, so next up on the checklist, put that back over here. Okay, so we got the route in. Now we go to the perf int. Click here. Click 0 fuel weight. Right off the bat, put 11.1. That was our reserve. Some of the numbers are pretty easy to remember today. 40. All right. Step size. I'm going to do 2,000. All right, and you've got 2,000, 4,000, any number you want, folks. And what that does is it calculates when the weight of the plane in the air burns down. As the fuel burns down, the weight comes down. And when the weight is able to get it to the next level, whatever you set, 2,000, 4,000 feet, to get up there, and it'll help you in your fuel economy going across long distances like Atlanta to Frankfurt or Atlanta to Anchorage or down into South America. So when you start popping 7-8 hour flights and you're running, you know, right up on where you might have max fuel, it really helps to be able to maximize it to get the full extent of the aircraft. Alright, so moving on, so we got the initialization done. Let's go to the takeoff page. I always click CG first. Then I'll click next page, mainly so I don't forget. Alright, so the wind out of here. Alright, I just go straight off. You know, some guys will go to the map page here and get what the sim is saying. I do real world. Even I know guys that still do it, even though they've clicked it to say real world. I do know the sim is behind, back a couple of hours from what right now Atlanta's reporting. So currently Atlanta is 090 at 8. And we had a pretty good rude awakening to how, you know, X-Plane is not with their updates right up. Now, if you have active sky, you probably are. And a reference outside, that's your outside air temperature of 24. See how close. Right on the nose. Okay. And I'll keep that the same, folks, the acceleration. 1,000 feet's fine for it to start moving from V2 plus 10 to 240 knots below 10,000 feet. Okay, so now we'll go back to the takeoff page, and now I'm going to get rid of the Av tab one more time. I'm going to introduce TopCat. TopCat stands for Takeoff and Landing Performance Calculation Tool. They just made a nice name out of it. Alright, so we have got this already pre-set up. We through Professional Flight Planner, I can export the data to this. So, and those two can be bought, bundled, and used. They work really good with Microsoft, although I'm not sure with 2020. They did with FSX and Prepared. But it doesn't appear to be compatible with X-Plane, which is fine. I use it just strictly for flight planning. Okay, there's our zero fuel weight. There's our fuel weight, and I've adjusted numbers to match SimBri. So then we go up here to takeoff. First thing I do is click update. Let's get that fresh weather in. There you see it, 090 at 8, 24 degrees, and we're 1313 now. I'll have to adjust the altimeters. I had them set earlier. And we're going for runway 8 left, which is 9,000 feet long, on a heading of 095. That's correct. Okay, so all of this data is correct. We make sure I want to set for TO, air conditioner. Yeah, I think we'll run it in hot Atlanta. And anti-ice. And let's hit compute. Sometimes you will have to shut down the air conditioning because of altitude, because of, you know, you're flying out of like Bogota. It's 8,000 feet above sea level. Even Denver, 4,000, and Vegas in the middle of summer at half a mile to a mile in the air. Folks, that's, you got to have all the power in the engines pushing you to get airborne. And more importantly, if you lose an engine after V1, you got to commit to flight. You got to make sure you can commit to flight. Otherwise, you're going to commit to crash. All right, so looking here, TO, 100.1% power at 60 degrees, so that's what we'll set. Flaps 5. But we do this 65. Let's turn the speeds on. How close are we? We're fairly close. I mean, V1 isn't, but the rest are. Just look at the next page. I don't have wet in there at anywhere, do I? Okay, just making sure, because that speed's so low is why I was curious. And we'll go 150 for rotate. 54 is good. Turn those off to make it easier. Pre-flight's complete, folks. There's our trim numbers once we get started. We're good to go. Now what I do I deviate from the checklist a little, and then we'll get back into it. I actually set my MCP now. It has you do it just before you release the brakes to taxi. V2 plus 10. Runway heading of 95. All right. Let me commit to see if we're going to have ATC, because I have not yet come online. Some of these guys get real irate and keep pinging and pinging and pinging, and I'm not ready to talk to them. So, yeah, there's nobody yet. I'm going to go ahead and come online. Oh, he didn't put it in his FedEx 811. Okay, just making sure. I always like to double check my call sign. Excuse me. Aircraft's a B763 and a KLP Connect. All right, we'll give it a couple seconds here. And
taking off from runway 09 left.
Oh my gosh, I thought that was the flight sim talking to me. I'm like, what the heck? So we'll flip over to here for now. All right. So there you go, folks. The aircraft is programmed. I see I left Top Cat up, so hang on. And this would be a good point for me to take a look into chat. Okay. Sure, a couple things are rolling here. TL. All right, and I'm going to see if I can get the weather to come up. There we go. There you go, folks. You can see the weather. So we are ready to blast off out of here. Okay, so on the charts, all right, the cut into departure. Atlanta stands altitude 1026. 3013. Okay. Now we're not even close. 1026. So we're going to go ahead and pump it up. Go. This way we're at airfield elevation. Obviously we're probably looking at that problem where X-plane is not at the same weather time as the real world. So that's why it's behind. Okay, so for this departure though, folks, transition levels 18,000. Here's the different departures that could come up with Atlanta, and folks, these could really happen. It's an RNAV Dme Departure, and speed restrictions to 10,000. So you can see the map here. We're going to go over here. We're going off 8 left, so we'll climb on 095, intercept 075. I think that's off Atlanta. That doesn't really tell us. That's not a... I don't like it when it does that. To Herschel, and then on as the map shows to cut. Maintain 250, top altitude 10,000. So we'll start at that. Okay. got no tower approach or center in the region. So, and then we'll expect clearance 10 minutes after departure. So here it is, Herschel. Kellig, we got to be at 250 still. Cobb, cut. Then on to Henko. Pretty simple departure, folks. That'll serve as our departure brief out of here. One more time, our speeds: V1, 146, rotate 150, V2, 154. Okay, so we'll clear that out and getting ready to get into the good meat and potatoes, making sure things are ready to go. So I am going to get the ACARS program for FedEx Express virtual running. Dispatch, we're going KATL KPHX 34. And our flight plan, I hate when it does that. And downlink. There we go. Alright, so we are up and running on them now. I always do my obligatory check. And there we are in Atlanta, going to Phoenix. Alright, perfect. Alright, so that, folks, takes us into where we're ready to go here. Okay, so let's get AvTap rolling. And those of you first time into the chat area here, first time seeing Flying with Mike, we'd love you to click follow so we can see you on future flights. Tomorrow we will be flying a T-tail from New York City down to Miami. So yeah, we're gonna go brave Miami one more time. So look forward. If you want to know when we go live, click follow. All it costs you is an email letting you know that Flying with Mike has gone live. If you'd like to enjoy this ad-free, well, then you would click subscription. Not a requirement, but that's one way to do it. You could use your Prime if you have the Twitch Prime account to do that, or you can just subscribe normally. Either way. But we're going to continue on now with the checklist. And let's see if we can't get this thing going. Alright, so let's first move this back to position. There you go, north and west. There's your latitude, longitude. We're in a line. Yaw dampers are on. Left and right engine electric, let me say that one more time. Electric engine controls. Okay, make sure they're in norm. Hydraulics. We want the engine pumps off right now, the electrics or C1 and 2 on. And then we'll put our demand, oops, not to on, come on, there we go. And let's go ahead before we continue much further and start closing the plane up. Yes, that means we're getting close, folks. Okay, plugins. Close all the cargo doors. If we go back to ops and ground. All right, so we have not started the EPU, so fuel truck and the loader can go. Sure, I got everything right. Okay, we'll leave the staircase open for now. Okay. And back to the last bit of the checklist. Okay, so back up top here. Let's turn on the cargo heats. Engine ignition, we want to be on 2. And they're off. Fuel pumps stay off for now. We'll be right back at them here. Anti-ice stays off. Lighting is set properly. Coming down the next, we have our window heat on. Passenger signs. Okay, folks, it's cargo. We do have unruly cargo behind us. Those boxes are just getting out of hand, so we're turning the seatbelt sign on. Let's see. Coming down, now we're going to do the pressurization. We're going to use auto 2 because I like doing that where if we're on an odd day, I use the odd number 1. Even day, even number 2. My theory works a little different in the 737, but overall that's how I try to do things. And then our landing altimeter or altitude will be 1135. Let's dial it down. Now you could get away because yes, technically if we have to come back to Atlanta, well, we'd need it to be at 1026. We're not far off here though, in this case, in this scenario. Say we're going to Denver though, we're 5,500 feet, I believe, or 54, something like that. So obviously we would have to make the determination how we want to go. In the sim world, I generally go like this. Or I'll set the actual airport I'm landing at. Okay, next up, equipment cooling, auto. Cabin and charts, we'll go ahead and turn the lights up in the cabin, even though it is the cargo bay, and leave the rest at bay. Okay, our cabin, mid and aft, forward, mid, and aft are set to auto. Welcome aboard Hawker 125. We do appreciate you coming in. Hope you have a great day. So, and then finally, trim air and your recircs are on. Cabin temperature, I also set to auto. Now, I have the packs turned on while we're on the ground here. We're going to be turning those off to start. We'll get to that here in just a few minutes. Okay, let's try that again. All right, so fuel pumps. First off, down here is your what's in your fuel, how it broke down when they loaded it. Left side, right side, no center, so all we got to do is turn left, right, or left forward, rear, right forward, rear. We're not going to turn the anti-collision on for the APU. We will keep the position lights and the wing lights on. Then, start. Then I go down to this one. And I watch it spool up here. I just blew this lower A-cam up so you can see it better as it spools. And it really does a good job here, folks. I think that's the closest to how long it takes in the real world that I've seen. And I'm just doing some things while it's spooling up. But I hope y'all are having a great Thursday. Wednesday, y'all know the story. We're not going through it again. It was actually a good Wednesday until that late flight, and it was scheduled to be late. You know, we're not going to argue that. It just ended up being, scheduled to come in later at night. It just ended up being delayed, and oh well. It is what it is. You can't. There's nothing you can do about it, folks. These things happen. Okay, so we're at 100%. Everything's stable. Let's go back up here. I'm going to move AvTab because it's always in the way. Alright, so let's turn the generator on. Now, you're asking, why didn't it flicker like it's supposed to taking over? Well, very simple, because it's still getting it from the external power unit. But let's follow the checklist and make sure we do all of that. So we got the generator on. Let's turn the bleed air on. Then we got to turn the left, center, right isolation valves on. Last step is get that external power. Now it's going to flicker. Now that's when the power source switched from the generator to the APU's generator. So we're now internal power now from here until Phoenix. And then, folks, as it says, we're ready to push back. So let's get out here and get the plane set up for that. But real quick, let's run through the engine start procedure. The big thing here is turn the packs off. Otherwise, you won't build enough pressure to get the engine started. So, with the packs off, you'll be able to. And that's why it called for it. Well, it never had them turned on. I turn them on just so that the ACU filters air through the aircraft to keep people comfortable. All right, let's get everything dismounted from the plane. Look what parked in next to us. A cargo Lux. And by the way, Saturday, folks, there was nothing but VATSIM call signs all the way down the 8s, a couple in here, and I'm sure on the other side that I couldn't see. It was unreal. But it was, I will say, the master scheme of it all, it wasn't, where it wasn't fun. Okay, before I go any further, let's hop back in because it really looks weird when I do it outside the plane. Let's get the better pushback on its way.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Okay, we're going to go to about here.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Nothing fancy. And let's go ahead and button up. Okay, the ACU is going. And stairs and chock. So we are now ready for action.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
While she's doing the final connections here, let's get back on Unicom, just so that we're nice to the patrons here and we're ready to go. And she'll let us know when we're ready. But folks, I hope you're enjoying your Thursday. We're moments away from finally pushing back. We're about 10 minutes late here from what I had programmed.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
I need to do the thing. Check my SimWare status. Perfect. Just wanted to make sure we're on the map and with the proper flight plan. Atlanta traffic, FedEx 811's pushing back from North Cargo FedEx 4 spot. Okay, beacons on. Okay, left and right packs off. As soon as I release the brakes, we start moving. Brakes off.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Okay. Nothing fancy to get these engines to start up, folks. All you got to do is come up here, move them from on to auto to ground. Not going to start until we get past a little bit of this. I mean, I don't mind even starting out on the taxiway. Just to help us since this place is so busy. Get rid of some of these aircraft so we know what we're dealing with. Okay, I am going to go ahead, crank up number 1 first. Alright, so we got it to ground. I'm going to go ahead and blow this up, push it back to engine. When it reaches N2, the magenta here, we're going to then turn it on. Fuel on. And that's it, folks. It'll do the rest for you. And that flicker, now engine 1's generator is controlling the electricity throughout the whole aircraft through the different electric buses that are set up. Okay, it looks like we're stable. Put that back in. Okay, and it automatically moves to auto once we get past a certain number. Engine 2, fuel's on.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Okay, so now the wing engines are controlling the electricity. They're about to control, and they're controlling pneumatics, everything. Hydraulics in a moment. Okay, so after start checklist. Parking brake set. We're getting ready to send the tow vehicle away. There's the signal. Left and right hydraulics. Anti-ice, we're not going to worry about yet. Left and right engine bleeds coming on. And I hate this view because I can't ever tell. Okay. Left and right packs to on.
Tow is disconnected and bypass bin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Okay, and I'm just going to move over here so we can see her better. And we thank you, lady. We appreciate you flying with Mike. Oh, we're going to have to go back one, I think. Okay, there they are. There's our pins. We're good to go. Little flash of the headlights there, and finish this up. Okay, auto brakes, RTO. Here, left, right, all set, auto, we're ready to go. Stape trim. Again, we got 4.2. Come over here. 3.2. Radar to weather only. EFIS controls are set 200. Range 20 on that side map. We'll keep it set up that way on the other side. Actually, how is it set? 40. Okay, that's perfect. And let's get TCAS. Oh, let's come down, get TCAS turned on. We are ready to go. Frequencies set in. All right, taxi lights on. Here we go. All right, auto throttle armed. Light directors are on. Atlanta traffic, FedEx 811s taxiing to runway 8 left for departure. All right, there we go, folks. All right, we just came out of where FedEx parks here, and by the way, folks, they park on the north cargo area, along with UPS, maybe DHL, not 100% sure on that. And well, look at that, UPS popped in as I called them out. All right. A lot of 747 flyers today. And currently, as I've seen it, we do not have ATC for the flight. But it's early, folks. I got a feeling once we get going, some will pop up. All right, as we get up here on the taxiway out, we will do our before takeoff check, so we'll be ready to go. Again, it's a 9,000 foot runway. It's the shorter of the two on this side. The other runway being 9,900 feet. These. If we were going international, which usually out of Atlanta for FedEx, they don't. Usually, they could have a charter going. The 27 or the 727 combos, there's where your 12,000 footer is. Because yes, they do go to, I believe, Tokyo from here. Airliners, the passenger planes. All right, so welcome in Hawker 125. Hope the day out there at the airport's going better than it did last night. Well, I think it was, for us, it was just, you know, the arduous not being able to get to sleep. For maintenance, it was a rough night, at least for the superintendent. Okay, give it power here. Yeah, it's, if you're curious, KBLV, look at the NOTAMs, you'll see the work we did last night. Wow. They may have it fixed by now too, folks, so they could be gone. I don't know. I don't want to know until Saturday when I go back out. All right, so let's do those before takeoff. So speed brake again is off or down. Flaps. 5. We'll get the lights when we get on the runway. AT is armed. LNAV, VNAV armed. Transponder TARA. And I have been contemplating getting the vehicles that work with the SAM 3 that I have, so that they'll look like Sky Chef and so forth at these airports, the right names. If I go to Europe, you all know the ones that go out to the aircraft there. And more importantly, they'll be drivers, from what I've been told. I always like looking over there. There's no one driving that tug. No wonder they drive so horribly. Alright, we try to keep the speed down here as we get up there. Let's see if I'm holding anyone up. Nope. It's a calm day here actually in Atlanta, folks. This is one of the busiest airspaces in the US if you're into, you know, top-down ATC without paying for it to get on Pilot's Edge. Atlanta at night from usually, well, after 5 o'clock Eastern time, they start getting controllers. Now, a neat feature here at Atlanta, when they land on the 8s and the 26s, I don't think they've got it set up yet on the 7s, or the 9s, I'm sorry, and 27s. But if you come in on 26s, if you look at this map, I'm going to go ahead and come up here and zoom on it. Come in on 26 left or 26 right. You'll come off and you can actually go around the safety area of the runway so they can keep taking off or landing and you can get to the gates quicker. It's a neat feature. They haven't set it up yet for the 27s. A couple of other airports have instituted this since seeing this. So really a neat idea they've come up with to help traffic in the area. Because folks, you could sit. I mean, this is Delta's home airport, and it is notoriously the busiest airport. So not only on VATSIM but real world. So it helps a lot. Okay, we finally got some speed up here. Back down a little. And we'll just swing out over here. We've got all of our takeoff checklists complete, so we can be ready to take the runway when we get to it. And it is a clear day here in Hotlanta. Clear day here in the gateway city of St. Louis at the Gateway Arch. And a little bit of thunderstorm activity around the Oklahoma City area, which it's springtime, folks. That's just about an everyday occurrence. Alright, so we'll start slowing up here. I'm going to do a quick look at traffic. Team appears to be out that way. And what is Atlanta VOR? $16.90. We'll go ahead and dial that in. Oh, it's on auto. Never mind. I forgot we're on auto or manual. We're not going to take them out of auto. So coming up to the wigwags. Atlanta traffic, FedEx 811 heavy departing runway 8 left, cutting to departure. Strobes on.
Hello traffic, Cargolux 8623 from the North Cargo ramp, taxiing to runway 8 right. Hello traffic.
Okay, one last check, all good up here. Initial climb 10,000, lights on. Clear for takeoff. We're up to 60. Stable. Here we go.
Atlanta traffic, UPS 731 heavy at North Cargo ramp, taxiing runway 8 left via Alpha, giving way to the cargo lux from left to right, Atlanta.
Okay, she's heating up the runway, folks. All right, that was fun. Ooh, still sluggish here. Gear up. And autopilot. All right, and there you go, folks. Okay, what do we got? Here it's not gonna be down, we're climbing. Okay. One of the few red lights on takeoff we don't have to worry about too much.
Don't sink.
1,000.
Don't sink. Too low.
Really hate
Terrain.
that it
Too
does
low.
this.
Terrain.
Of course you're gonna come up. Well, you're gonna wait. Flaps up now. Alright, we're good to go now, folks. We're on LNAV, VNAV, climbing. Uh, 32,975. Okay, let me just see how we're doing. Gonna go ahead and take her. Alright, now we're in a better position. Okay, now we'll switch them. Atlanta Center, FedEx 811 Heavies with you, climbing through 6,000 for flight level 340.
FedEx 811 at Atlanta Center, squawk 2035.
$2035 for FedEx 811 Heavy. Alright, 20. 5.
It's 811 Heavy, radar contact 10 miles northeast of the Atlanta airport, maintain flight level 340.
Roger, continuing out of 8,000 for flight level 340, FedEx 811 Heavy, thanks. Alright.
Atlanta Center's gonna fix an audio issue real quick. I'll be back in less than a minute.
And he must be, I don't know if he's streaming or not. Okay, so we got that closed. We're on our way there. Let's do our after takeoff here. APU, this is takeoff landing. Let's, there we go.
Center's back.
Auto brakes off. Flaps up. $10,000. So lights off. Flaps 0 and 0. Spoilers still down. We're good to go. As we start working our way up to cruise or to our climb speed now above. We're on our way, folks. little shaky on the departure there. I wasn't liking that too much. That we would have really liked to have gone to 2.6 or the 2.6 8 right, but that was just bizarre. I'm gonna look at something here real quick with Top Cat. Yeah, 149 feet. I'm every bit, if not less than. All right, so, well, there you go, folks. You got to actually see one performanced out pretty decently. Usually it's about midfield. We're rotating it up, and it said we should have only had 4 feet of runway left. That one, we ate the runway. That was awesome. Got a little nervous there at the end.
Atlanta Center, Delta 2774, about 20 miles southeast of Larry, flight level 360.
Delta 2774, Atlanta Center, score 2030.
2030, Delta 2774.
All right, so let's do it this way. There we go. All right, folks. So we are climbing. Going to go ahead and extend. Let's get the.
And Thunder, Cargolux 8623 Heavy, passing through 3,800.
X8623 Heavy, radar contact, climb and maintain flight level 350.
Rain on that side, weather on that
Maintain
side.
350, Cargolux 8623.
Yes, 731 Heavy, Arnhem to Ronnie, runway 8 right, clear for takeoff.
8 right, clear for takeoff. Arnhem, Ronnie, UPS 731 Heavy.
2774 radar contact to, correction, 15 miles northeast of the Almobile. Well, welcome.
Bear with me here, folks. Just kind of curious on a couple of aircraft. He's going to O'Hare. Charlotte. Okay, just curious if we had anyone tagging along. It would be awesome if y'all are up for it. We'd love to have you tag along. A lot of airports along the way. Phoenix is the final destination. So we're climbing right now out of Atlanta. Looks like Memphis, if you're a FedEx pilot, has ground available. And we're working our
Atlanta
way.
Center, good evening. American 6412 with you climbing through 11,416.
American 6412 at Atlanta Center, climbing maintaining flight level 230.
Climb maintain flight level 330 with American 6412.
Up there's 18.
12, I only own up to 230, and then I'll send you over to Yukon.
Oh, 230 for American 6412.
Alright, let me get in here so we can set the altimeter. Alright, glad it did it. Okay, see altitude disagree? It's not between this one and this one. We're going to go ahead and get this one set while we're here. Let me see if I can get this to play nice. It's between the pilot and the first officers. Notice they're still the same. If you come up here and click this set screw, it's a hotkey, and it will set that one over there for you. The other one I used was right here for toga. So those are the two hotkeys they have for you to help you out. It does help a lot. I forgot and clicked my toga on the stick and went, why aren't you going toga? That may have helped get us closer to the end of the runway too. The quick, not getting quickly into toga. So again, lessons learned. I haven't been flying this plane a lot, so that's why.
UPS 731 radar contact to altitude.
Leaving altitude 3,300 feet, UPS 731 Eddie.
Yes, 731 flight direct controller, climbing maintain flight level 290.
We over
Clear direct controller and climb flight level 290, UPS
Getting a
731
little
heavy.
squirrely here, so I want to kind of see why.
And Delta 2774 would like to start our descent.
2774, descend via the SIP to arrival, the Atlanta altimeter 3011.
3011, descend via SIP.
I know we just looked like had a weather
Delta
update.
2774.
Alright, and our top of climb keeps moving up, which is fine. Now, we do show something. Let me blow this up a little. Okay, here's our top climb, TC. Henko, get over Gadsden. Now, we have a step climb here. The computer on the plane is what's the culprit here, not dispatch. Dispatch, their computers take into account along the way weather. Here is just taking our performance, our weight, and telling us that. Pretty much how I understand it with Flight Factor. So we'll take a look at our flight plan again from dispatch. I do not show any step climbs in it. So I'm going to go one step further. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the significant weather. None.
American 6412 Jacksonville offline, radar services terminated, frequency change approved, see ya.
Roger, off to Unicom. Thank you for the service, American 6012.
And the winds are pretty light, but off the nose, so we'll stay at 34 until we clear his airspace. Which will be at Smith's. We'll be out of the airspace unless Memphis comes up between now and then. But for now, we'll maintain flight level 340. We won't request higher. Now, caveat to what I just said. If we came up here and went into, we'll use this one for now. And we saw that our fuel was starting to get very close to 11.1. Remember, we got to have enough fuel to make Phoenix. If we're not able to make Phoenix, make it to Prescott. That's our alternate. So we got to, 11.1 we call bingo, pretty much. Got to go, gonna have to do something. Just get my heading set up here. So we're good. We're gonna keep it at 17. If not, we would think about going on up to 36. Might help us performance-wise. All right, let's get back up here and let's do a flyby.
Atlanta Center, good afternoon. Chess 107 at 13,800, climbing 16,000.
Chess 107 at Atlanta Center, climb and maintain flight level 230.
Climb and maintain flight level 230, Chess 107.
Yeah, it looks like the town of Gadsden below us there, folks. I'm just guessing, I'll be totally honest with you. Drove there quite a bit. A lot of deliveries steel-wise I made there, but yeah, neat little town. There in northern Alabama. Northern Bama.
Atlanta Center Delta 1346, level 14,000 on the Lavin.
The 1346, contact center 125.15.
2550 Delta 1346.
Alright, we'll just continue to monitor. Why are we holding up at 22? That's why.
Atlanta Center, UPS 731 Heavy. Seems like our climb, we underestimated our climb rate. We'd like to stop our climb at flight level 240.
At UPS 731, can we make it 230?
230? You're right, 230. Sorry about that.
It's not a problem, UPS 731, but maintain flight level 230.
Climb maintain to flight level 230, UPS 731 Heavy.
Alright folks, so I made a mistake. Either I plugged it in backwards or what, but it was not set properly. 34,000. Now we are, and we're on our way up. So, we're still got a little work to do with this plane. And to think I was thinking about flying the 727 today on it. Kind of glad I stuck with this and working out the bugs inside me and flying it. Let's make sure I got all the lights off. Packs are on. Alright, one more check through here. Landing gears up and...
Correction, Jazz 107, Washington's offline radar services terminated, frequency change approved, see.
Frequency change approved for Jazz 107. Good day.
Alright. Other exterior lights, autopilot's on, landing gears up and off. Flaps are up, and we're doing better now. Okay. So welcome in folks. I hope you all are having a great Thursday, otherwise known to some as Friday Eve. Let's see if I can't help cut that climb down some. Nope, I can't. Now your climb numbers, climb 1 and 2. Now the neat feature with those is, say I selected climb 2, which I did not in pre-flight, I just selected climb. When your aircraft gets to where the speeds would match what you were doing at climb 1, it switches into climb 1 or climb, whichever one is there, and then it does it automatically. You don't have to. So it's kind of a neat thing. So that way, when you're flying passengers, they really don't know that's going on with the plane. Because the engines will stay the same and it'll just set up for that climb power. And the climb powers will meet and continue on. So they won't really hear much of any change in the plane. Failure? What is that? Oh, altitude alert. Okay. Something. Oh, so if I click maintenance now, it'll do. Oh. So, Alright, we are finally in cruise, coming up on Smiths in 40 miles, and then we'll be exiting Atlanta. But again, folks, welcome aboard. A little rough on the takeoff, but no stall, no crash, although we came close to stalling. That's only because I was beginning to run out of runway. So, got a little nervous there, folks. Thought I was going to do the IL-80, Aleutian, whatever the aircraft that looks a lot like the C-141 that Russia has, 76 I think it is. Did in Sydney, where it actually did leave 4 feet off the runway. Pavement on the grass. That's kind of how I felt was going to happen. We kind of brought her into flight a little quicker than expected. So, but right now, the weather looks pretty decent along the way. Let's go ahead and bring Volanta in since we're in cruise.
FedEx 811 Memphis offline, later services terminated, frequency change previously.
Roger, over to Unicom, FedEx 811, thanks for the ATC, have a great day.
Yeah.
Great, and now we are on Unicom, on our way. Oh, so, hope y'all had any big plans out there for any of you out there for the weekend. I hope if you do, keep them safe. Would love to see you back here Monday. I work Saturday. Not sure what my Sunday is going to be like. We'll have to kind of see. We don't stream usually on Sundays, so that's not a factor here. But getting some vibes. Road trip may be coming, so understood why. Not a problem. So Monday, don't really know yet what we're going to do. There is this event called Bush League Monday night here in the States. I'm tempted to participate in, but with working Tuesday, I'm also a little hesitant. So kind of play that one out, and we'll get something together here real quick so y'all know what we plan to do at least. But we'll kind of see and feel it out, and potentially be a part of that. But I've been meaning to get back into some more GA flying here on Flying with Mike, and wanting to get the Caravan back up and try some things, see if it's a little better on flying it. That just might be a good event to do it on. I just don't want to be up too late working the next day as well. So, but we're in cruise. Let's hop back out and take a look at her. Let's check something out here. Okay. Okay, just doing a couple things behind the scenes here, keeping us going. I see we've made a little bit of a turn back there. Let's bring Volanta in so we can see whereabouts on that big map we're hiding. Right there. So you can see what we're tracking. Here's those storms. Let me see how they're starting to stretch up towards us. All right, well, we'll see how that pans out. Definitely wouldn't want to be in this bullseye area. That looks like it could get kind of a little ridiculous. So, north of Little Rock, south and east of Springdale, Arkansas. So, take cover, folks. Well, I'm not going to say take cover, but just be realizing got a pretty good batch of thunderstorms heading over here. So I haven't really paid attention to alerts or anything, but just know they're there. It's this batch right here, folks. And as we all know, it is springtime, so here in the States, so yeah, we see these things quite a bit. All right, let's, you know what, I am really remiss with my maps. Oh, let's kind of zoom down a little. There we go. All right, so we are on our way, folks, with a 2-hour, 47-minute flight ahead of us. So sit back, relax. Let's get some music going here in the background. And just kind of start setting the pace for Friday Eve. Okay, level at 34,000. About 2 hours, well, since the flight started. And, let's kind of get a quick look at how we're playing out here. Okay, now, remember, we saw step climb. Oh, that's why we were seeing step climb. Okay. We were at 24,000, or I don't know how I put it in there, folks. But anyway, we put it in wrong. So we leveled at 24,000, and of course it's throwing a step climb right at us. And now we're looking at the first step climb, 682 miles ahead of us, the computer's saying. We'll watch our fuel remaining to Phoenix and see how it looks at around Oklahoma City, because 600 miles, we're going to actually be about Panhandle, maybe even ARC, whatever that one is. I'm not familiar with that. Anton Chico. Don't have any cities nearby to carry. It's before Albuquerque, though. So we may push up. We'll see. I mean, folks, things change from the time we're dispatched. And company policy will dictate. Do we follow the step climb rule in the plane or what dispatch has handed us? Again, our flight plan will have those step climbs in them too, if that's how they've set us up. So, all right. Actually, looks like these storms may be generating it. It's up here in Springfield. Well, we may have to watch out tonight a little bit here in St. Louis. We'll see. But we're approaching Memphis, folks. So, kind of see if we pick up any FedEx traffic. Let's see. But, yeah, folks, we have about 2 hours, 40 minutes to go, so I hope you enjoy the ride. I'm going to kind of sit back here, be a little quiet as I'm still gathering my strength back from yesterday's long day awake there at the airport. But, you know, those happen, and not worth complaining about. Just thought I'd throw it out there to those of you who are saying, oh my gosh, these planes are always late. Well, mechanical problems happen. You know, sometimes just ground delays happen too, folks. You can't control those things, so just kind of got to go with the flow. Last night, there was nothing mechanically wrong with the plane. It was just delay after delay, and they add up, folks, when they get to those latter flights. If you get lucky, you hit that very first flight of the day, almost always will be on time. After that, time to flip a coin. So, but in the case of like an airline like Allegiant, Spirit, maybe, I don't know a lot about them, but they kind of operate, it looks the same. They don't fly 10 flights a day to destinations. To a destination. Like Atlanta and American and United do. They fly one destination that, you know, one flight that day. Maybe if you're lucky, two. So, which then, when you have a mechanical problem, exacerbates it because you don't have a plane to throw the part on to bring it up to get that plane going. So, you know, welcome to aviation, folks. I've always said, if you want to invest your money and lose it, put it in an airline. So, but yeah, it happens. And then, you know, things happen on the airfield too, folks. I mean, nothing you can do about it. They happen. Just made doing the airfield inspection a little challenging last night. That's all I'll say about it. Oh, Lord. Actually, it got quite funny at some points. So, but again, no need for complaints or anything, just going with the flow. Now, 10 years ago, that would have been different, but now I just work hard to let it go. And you know, the verse of the day that, I don't know if it's popped up yet or not, it should have at least once or twice. Let me take a look here at the chat room. Yeah, it's come up at least once. Hang on just a second, folks. Alright, folks, I'm back with you. Fun stories of the walk with the dog today my wife had. That's great. Oh, but I was talking about, yeah, the verse has come up once. Let me go ahead and fire it out to you. For those days, folks, where, you know, if you could just have this mind among yourselves, which is yours in Christ Jesus, who, though he was in the form of God, did not count equality with God a thing to be grasped, but emptied himself by taking the form of a servant, being born in the likeness of men, and being found in human form, he humbled himself by becoming obedient, even to the point of death on a cross. Folks, I mean, that's how I get through some of those days. I just, realize there's nothing I can do. I just put it in Christ and keep going. For Christ not to fall back knowing he's God. He could have yanked himself off that cross if he wanted. But no. Came to save us, came to love us, and it was nothing but love that kept him on that cross of us. So that's how I get through days, folks, realizing what Jesus did for us. So, I'm not going to say they stink, those kind of days. They do, but every day is a new day, folks. Full of triumphs and problems. So, just realize every day is a new day. Just got to get through it. Wake up the next day. Hey, you woke up, folks. There you go. Great start to the day. So, some words to think about. Hopefully they're helpful. But we're just going to keep cruising along here. I'm going to step aside here for a few minutes, go get something to eat, and be right back. Alright folks, we're back with you. About 2 hours, 20 minutes to go, folks. Oh, 2 Atlanta centers are up. See folks, what I told you. You're looking for a busy place. If you're over in Europe and looking for a new place to start flying, well, if you come over to the United States and you want VATSIM, you go to Atlanta. Looks like they're, where are we? Atlanta, and Approach is up for them, so yeah, that's one of the hotbeds. Boston's another. Los Angeles. You know, those are our 3 biggies, so. Oh, but looking at that line, northwestern Arkansas, it does seem to have lost, at least from this vantage point. Yeah, it really has lost a lot of it. It looks like it's kind of transferred up towards Springfield, but that's still not even as bad. So it looks like just it's a spring day out here in the Midwest, folks. I don't really see much behind it building as of yet. So let's see. Pick up the Lanta here. We'll push it back a little. Yeah, really not a lot. Maybe something trying to happen here from where are we? Colorado down through the panhandle of Texas and Oklahoma down towards Lubbock. Folks, it's a spring day out here. And wherever you are in the country, hope spring has sprung for you. So just kind of keep easing along, keep it kind of where you can come along and just kind of listen into the music a little, hear a little bit of the engine noise, and enjoy the short haul flight, if you will, from Atlanta to Phoenix. Just watching a video here from, well, I just love looking at these. Night Court officially ended. It's a show that was in the 80s after this happened, and I'm not really sure what they're talking about. Used to love watching that show when I was in the Air Force. Oh well, it's taking too long to get to what I want to see, which I know at once. That's fine. Okay, what I came over here for, yeah, interesting stuff. That was a show I loved in the 80s, Night Court. A lot of great TV happened back then, folks. So, a lot of people like to knock the 80s, but you know what? It was really, really a good decade. And just cracks me up. So, yeah, 80s were a good time, folks. Remember, just a couple days ago, chatting with one of our followers. I'll get his handle here real quick. I think it's 634 Spaceman. Maybe I got it backwards. 634 Spaceman. It was an interesting conversation. So, going back, looking through some of the old 80s stuff, I know many of you are going, 80s? It was the 80s, before the 90s. But anyway, really some good stuff. There was some good music. An old talk show host that I used to listen to, Michael Reagan, actually stepson to President Ronald Reagan, had a talk radio show I'd used to listen to when I drove the truck in the 90s, and made an interesting observation / comment that really hit home, and it was the way the 90s were beginning to unfold. Just weren't, well, people were beginning to get more unruly. I mean, not to me today, the people are so unruly out there on the roads, walking down the streets. I don't care if you're in small town America, large city America. It's just people don't respect each other anymore, and you're in their way, and you need to get out of it. It's very prevalent on the highways. To an extent, even just walking around towns and cities. But he made an interesting comment, and a lot of, how do I want to say it? The divorce rate, of course, skyrocketed in the 90s, even more than had been doing. And he made an interesting comment. And if you look back, folks, and look today at today's music, it's the music scene. The one genre, we'll call it genre, it may not fit the right definition, missing since probably the late 80s, very early 90s, the love song. The songs of Barry Manilow, Air Supply, the ballads that would come out that were more love songs than just ballads, and that Bon Jovi would make, and other even bigger rock, heavier rock bands. That all went away, folks, and they're not around anymore. There are none of those kinds of songs anymore, and it's just it was kind of an interesting comment that, you know, maybe part of the problem is our culture doesn't have that to help offset what's going on like it did back in the other decades. So just something that just reflected on from that conversation I didn't get to tell them about. But that the art of the love song, and I just flagged out those two groups because they were something I wrote, but there were some really good love songs, folks, and they're gone. The only love songs you get now are XXX. You know, your XXX movie, and that ain't a love song, folks. That ain't even love. So that's just all unadulterated lust. So, but anyway, just some observations from a person that's been around over 50 years. So, and I have to admit, even back in the 90s when he made that comment, Michael Reagan, I think it really does apply. I mean, politics really shifted in the 90s to us against them, depending whatever party you're with. And has erupted very violently in some areas. So, interesting little take he had. That's over 30 years ago, just shy of 30 years. So, and the movies also don't help, but then I don't go watch because they're pretty much, you know, to me, if I go to the movies, folks, it's like, okay, I got to first sit there and go, okay, which Spider-Man is this? What Batman is this? Which comic is this? It just, they need to start figuring out how to make new, not regurgitate old into a different form and say it was this comic or that comic or this, you know, actually write a new story. Total new story. So, and then the other thing would be nice is to actually follow through and release the movie when you say you're going to do it, and not hee-haw around like some franchises movies have. So, but anyway, just some observations out there. Feel free to comment, tell me how wacko I am. Always love hearing that. Or to take a phrase from the 50s and 60s, how square you are. So, I'm actually more triangle than square, folks. No, but anyway, but anyway, we're rolling along here, folks. As you can tell up there, top of the screen, Atlanta to Phoenix. We're getting into the halfway point. A little ways to go. We'll probably be about halfway over Oklahoma City towards Amarillo, which is Panhandle, VOR, and at that point we'll begin setting up for our approach. So, kind of enjoy the music. Trying to give you some things to chat about. I'd love to hear you chat amongst yourselves. Chat, hey, ask me questions, comments. I try to stay away from politics because Good example yesterday how divisive it gets so quickly. And I'm just not doing that here. I got away from I used to be so into politics, folks. I would watch the news, and invariably, even today, if I turn the news on, within 5 minutes I'm yelling at them. My blood pressure comes up. I stopped. So that's why I stay away from politics, because it really has become so polarized that it's beyond belief out there. That's why we need a little bit more love songs out there. Calm us down. What the soap opera did in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and to some degree 80s for women, we all need more love songs in our lives. And it's a shame I can't play any here for you, because Twitch would get all over my case. And you can find them, folks, if you really, truly, really want to surprise that significant other. Come up. They're out there, folks. If not, send me a message. I'll help you out. Yeah, we're just hauling that freight from Atlanta to Phoenix, repositioning. We'll kind of regroup our thoughts there for May, what we'll do out of Phoenix. So I'm just going to be on the side here, doing a little work here, trying to drum up what we're going to do flight-wise. Hey, you have a suggestion of what you would like to see flown? Hey, by all means, put that in the chat. Love to know destinations you'd like to see us go to. I know we have been very negligent of the African and even flying back up in Europe. So we may, because we do, that's our big time frame. We ought to be back up in Europe flying. So any ideas, folks? A couple of places, put it right here in the chat. Or over at the Discord channel. Here's an invite. So that'll take you right over to our Discord channel. I'll get you all set up, and you'll see right where you can do it. Would love to go. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go see if anyone has put any in there. I try to look frequently, because it does get sometimes challenging as to where to go. I got one here, yeah. This jet's through the Caribbean. It's got actually potential. They're short. That's the only real short. But, you know, we might be able to pull something off there. I mentioned this before the move. By the way, catch some of the new, we've hit 180 followers. Oh my gosh, hallelujah. And my gosh, how amazing. Never in my wildest dreams when I fired this up in August of 2020 or September of 2020 did I envision 180 followers. Just thank you, folks. It's amazing to me. And we try to tailor towards you as much as possible. We fly the 767, the Airbus 320, 737-800 from Zibo, that mod. We haven't flown it in a while, but we do have a 747-400. It also is a mod from the Sparks 43 group. And we need to get that bird airborne again. We now have the Felis 747-200. Compliments of you all and your subscribing and biddies and donos that happen out there. Thank you so much, along with the 727. But we also have a Citation from Coronado in the hangar, a Piper Navajo that I do like to fly. We do fly the default C90 for X-plane with a mod from Young Kota, and that one's actually a fun one to fly, folks. I got to get it updated and get that one flying too again. And the Coronado Caravan. Now, Rhonda has one out there, and I am still torn whether to get it or not. So, folks, now's your time to sell it on me. Would love to know just how good it is versus Coronado. Mainly looking in the performance area, because I'm going to tell you right now, looking at the screenshots Rhonda put up, I'm a little hesitant. So sell me on it. Just might take that money from the donos and the subscribing here and put it towards that. But folks, let us know where you would like to see us fly. Europe, I end up flying to the same places because I really don't know of good places to fly. I even watch other streamers to try to find other interesting places to come into. So let me know. Because the time frames we fly is, I know, prime time for Europe. And although I get hesitant on VATSIM with them because of the language barrier, you know, I do fly on it. So, but yeah, we would love to hear your ideas, comments, and realize we'll fly them. Right now, we have an African tour on. We're just south of Nairobi at Kilimanjaro. That was an interesting area to be around. And we're going to keep flying Africa on the safaris there. We're going to enjoy, fly it. We're flying it in Zibo or the Airbus, maybe up to this. Get ready for some long hauling with the 747s and this aircraft. By long haul, I might be, and again, it might be in preparation. I truly want to, in fall, sign up for the Across the Ponds. I would sure love for some folks out there to keep me up to date when they open that up. So I'd like to get a reserve slot. But it always falls upon when it comes on. I invariably of late have been working, so I can't. But maybe, who knows, might be able to this year. So, but anyway, there you go, folks. Upcoming, I made mention to it earlier, the Bush League. Downwind Sim, also one of our followers, and Melvin Leroy, another one, are big into GA. Now, I do follow both theirs, and they have a Bush League series coming up Monday night. And I have to work Tuesday, so I got to be careful not to go too late. Up in the Seattle area, GA aircraft, mostly Bush type, which the Caravan can slip into that role. So, but I'm going to, I'm still thinking it over. I've got it written down, times and everything, even a routing I've set up for myself. But I want to make sure I'm not taking away from the spirit of the event with what I'm doing. So that's on the plate. Also on the plate. Not a second. I know I have it hiding here on my screen somewhere. There it is. So we have that on the 2nd of May that we're working with, and then another tour that Melvin Leroy does called the Bravo Tour. He's going to go from Seattle to Newark on Saturday the 14th of May. Right now, I think I can make that. And we might make sure the Fearless 747's all gassed up, waxed, and ready to go to participate. Oh, that's another one. Yeah, I come off. So yeah, I've got to be careful on those kinds of flights. So, because I work the next day. But anyway, those are just minor limitations that I have, folks. Aside from airborne late flights, which they're gonna be more and more as we get into vacation time and Allegiant starts popping more flights at our. So it'll just, it's what we have to deal with. But let me know what you have for ideas in flights. I'd sure love to know. And like I said, if you come into our Discord channel on that invite, we'll get you. You'll really quickly see where we put those suggestions in, and it's called Flight Suggestions. Pretty simple, huh? So, but anyway, folks, give it about another 30 or so minutes here, and then we're going to get into getting this plane set up for arrival into Phoenix. folks. We're back. We're waiting to see if Fort Worth wants us to talk with them. I have not been pinged yet. I just happened to notice we're in their airspace here, very top end of it. They may or may not want to talk to us. We'll see. We're ready to switch over, though, if that does occur. But, folks, when I used to drive the truck, we're just about there. It's kind of funny to see this on the terrain radar down here. Really kind of funny. Hang on a second here. I want to set our tilt up a little. Folks, this is some of the flattest country I've ever seen in the U.S. Around Oklahoma City, out towards Amarillo. Not all the way, but at least halfway. Then all the way up to Wichita, and in there, I mean, flat as, I mean, a pancake is probably got more bumps in it than that area. Unreal how flat it is out here, yet we're showing surface details there on the terrain radar. Interesting. Yeah, the mountains are overpasses over the interstate. Yeah. So, kind of takes me aback a little. Like, am I on weather or am I on terrain there? It says terrain. But another interesting fact here in the U.S., once you get out of Oklahoma City, you get out there past Dover, about the midway point to Amarillo, things are pretty flat. You are building altitude a little bit on the ground MSL. Amarillo, all the way to Tucumcari, you're actually on an uphill grade. The only way you'll know it, though, in a semi, it's easy. You'll hear the turbo. It never wants to stop whining loud. Usually, you know, you wind up, it winds back down. You can hear it still. The turbo wound up. And if you look in your mirrors, you'll see you're on an angle, so you know you're pulling the hill. And you're beginning that climb to mile-high altitudes. And then if you stop in the rest areas, they have these neat charts for trees where you can learn your altitude by the tree foliage you're getting into. It's really interesting on those runs. So, and I'm sure Europe would be not much different. You know, when you get towards the Alps, they'll have whatever's indigenous there. You would be able to see the different in trees as you're getting altitude. Gives you an idea where you're at. It was pretty neat what they were able to set up on I-40 here. But yeah, you're on and then you'd go from round, pretty level to the normal ditches that would go into bigger, deeper culverts, and then into these cavernous buttes that you were working. I mean, it was just amazing to see the transition to Tucumcari, New Mexico. Then from there on, you're in the front range of the Rockies. Well, I don't know what they call them down there, but you're in the front range to the mountains. And right outside Albuquerque, you got a big, I think it's called 9 Mile. Go up 9, down 9, and yeah. Beautiful territory out there. Hot, beautiful. So. But we're rolling on with an hour and 40 minutes to go, folks. And I hope you're enjoying. Like I said, once we get past Oklahoma City, which I believe is what's next. Yeah, here, let's pull that up real quick. Oklahoma City, then a couple of fixes to Amarillo, and and on we go. Welcome back, Mr. Hawker 125. Put that over here on the cup warmer. So, we're just kind of cruising along here. Got an hour and 40 minutes to go. Grab a plane, grab some sky, and let's do some flying with Mike, shall we? Alright, let's get back outside. Things are clouding up over here in the upper Midwest. Well, lower Midwest, actually. Right back, folks. Okay, we're back now, folks. Just, unfortunately, paying some bills by running some ads. Again, message came up. Subbing is only optional here, folks. It really is. I'd like to say I wish I could say following is mandatory, but it's not. But, that's, you know, it's really your preference. We would really love you to follow us. That way, at least, the only cost is an email letting you know when we go live next. Subbing, though, you know, I understand the what's behind all of that, and but if you want to enjoy ad-free viewing, that's one way. So, anyway, you know, we just welcome y'all aboard. You enjoy the ride. Well, that's again. I wasn't ordering you. You chose. So, welcome though, Hawker. Enjoy. Well, things are going well at the corn patch out there at the airport. And, just keep this going along, folks. I guess Fort Worth doesn't want to talk to me. I'm just that far north. Crossing over, looks like on Volanta, like we're crossing Oklahoma City. Headed over to Amarillo. Amarillo by morning, up from San Antonio. And there goes all my viewers. Doggone it, did it again. That's one of my favorite songs. Couldn't tell. Good old George Strait. All right, so Oklahoma City is behind us. Amarillo lays ahead of us. And no, folks, we're not going to make a left turn and head for San Antonio. Then Phoenix. We'll keep on to Phoenix. Flew a few nights ago with Hawker 125 there on his stream. From Phoenix to Cancun. It was a good flight. Enjoyed it. It was a really good time. So I really do highly encourage you, if you see Hawker 125 up, head on over, support his channel. He's new, he's unique in the fact that he's in the process of building a home cockpit simulator in his garage out of a real Hawker fuselage. So yeah, it's unique, and it'll be an interesting day when that becomes live and you'll get to see it. Right now it's under construction. Battery turns it into a boat, puts a motor on it, goes fishing. Who knows? No, just kidding. Oh, me, oh my. So, alright, we got about an hour and 15 minutes, so let me get some weather up here. Of course, when I type it in, it'll come right up, usually right after. Alright, hopefully the timer will kick it out here in a second, but 200 at 12. See? Told you winds were gonna change on me, which is good. I like coming in from the west. So we'll be switching now to the 2.5s. All right, hang on a second while I update my flight plans. Hopefully. I think we're set right this time. All right, so we'll plan a 2.5 right approach. Let's kind of clean the bottom up here a little. 6 and 2.5. What do we got for the 2.5s? Actually, before I look at this chart, I guess I should. 2.5 right is 10,000, 2.5 left 7,800. We'll go with 2.5. All we get are Arnhems. Huh. Let's see. Why not? Let's do it. Arnhem, runway 25 right. Okay. Let's see. Click the right one here. So, okay. Make sure our last fix. That last fix. Heck, there's Samex right there. Okay, I'm a little confused. to Zamex. It's not saying the distances. 7, 10 miles. Okay, this is gonna be fun because I gotta do the Yankee. Okay, that's what I do have to do. No, it's doing the same thing. That's what we'll do. Okay, so we're working this out here kind of visually here on this chart. Right, let's go back to where we are. Yep. And yeah, we're almost TC here. Make sure they never ping me. Okay. All right, folks. So I think I'm getting pretty close to being ready. We're an hour and 28 out. All right. So we get, like I said, around Amarillo, we'll get hot and heavy with it because we're not too far off. Plus, we're ready for a step climb. We're getting close to it. So, all right. So, folks, I hope you enjoy the ride. We're going to be doing an Arnhem Approach instead of an ILS, and looking forward to it. That was something when the Navgraph information came out this month that they alluded to, that they have gone ahead and updated their AirNac data to include Arnhems. Thought they had it before, but we're going to find out. Weather in the Phoenix area has been pretty decent. And right now we just have, in it's clear skies. 25,000 foot, a few clouds, 10 miles. I mean, just under the fact that it's hot, 33 degrees. But yeah, we're ready to bring it in, folks. So we'll give it about another 20 minutes here or so, and then we'll start getting ready for it. So sit back, relax, enjoy the ride into Phoenix, folks. working something here. Tomcat is not gonna want to work. Okay, no big deal. Alright, so let's see. Still got a little ways to go. Alright. Okay. Right up there we go. Oh, Atlanta said we're back down. We just exited Fort Worth. And we'll see how things go as we work our way towards Sky Harbor. Interesting thing when I was out here as a truck driver, went up to Dover, Oklahoma. Which, for those of you who won't know the name too well, unless you know Garth Brooks, country and western singer, he's from Dover. I didn't know that. I actually thought it was Delaware, Dover, Delaware, where he was from. Silly me. But anyway, I digress. Took a load of steel into Dover, ended up in the outskirts of town on the west side, way out. I mean, I wouldn't say way out, but we were outside of the town limits. Basically, if you've ever watched a cowboy and western movie, like that ranch way out in the middle of nowhere from the town, that's kind of where I was. And they told me it'd be a few minutes, so I got all my tarps and chains off, stowed, and just kind of sat there on the deck looking out. And folks, you could see. It was amazing how far you can see. They called buttes, which are basically mountains to me. They say we're 16 miles away that you can see from them. I don't know the truth to that, folks, but it was just amazing to sit there and just realize why the tornado chasers can see tornadoes so well out here. My goodness, there's nothing to obstruct your view at all. No trees, no nothing, hardly at all. Heck, I was waiting to see John Wayne come by in a movie with cattle, driving them to the cattle station. So it was just amazing just how far and how, I mean, desolate it really is out there, but yet at the same time it actually is kind of neat looking as well. So reminded me of the line from the movie Wyatt Earp, Kevin Costner, as he was talking to this girl that he came back to marry in Nevada, Missouri. You could see a mountain out in the distance, and you would head that way all day long, and you wouldn't get any closer to it, it seemed like. That's kind of how that felt there. They were just so far out there. It was unreal just how much you could see there. But anyway, you know, that's the neat thing about, you know, getting out and seeing the surroundings you're in. Now, granted, as a truck driver, it's an occupational hazard. You're gonna get out and see things. Maybe at night mostly, but you will see some things in the daytime that just scratch your head. Wow. You go, thank you, God. That was just an amazing thing to see. So. Alright, we're coming up to Amarillo here shortly, in the next 5 or so minutes. back in here and check things out, make sure we're still on track. Okay, pull this up here. Looks like we're some 570 miles out. Fuel's looking good. I see the step climb looming in the distance here at about 45 miles out. Debating whether I'm going to take it or not, folks. You know, at this point, it's not going to help us. So it's really not worth going up. The dispatch was right, keeping us at that flight level. So we'll keep on going. And you can see our winds currently 243 and 43 at flight level 340. So yeah, we'll just keep on at 34,000. And give me 1 second here, folks. Be right back. Okay, folks, sorry for that. It's a little chilly in here. So got some windows closed, got us squared away here for the final push here as we're about an hour and a half out. So, all right, we'll be, we're just going to kind of sit on the side here for about 10-15 minutes, and we'll come in with the arrival brief, making sure nobody comes up to mess with us. So we get things set, come in, and do our business in Sky Harbor and call it a night. So we'll be just on the side here. Any comments, questions, feel free to talk amongst yourselves. We love you all joining us today. Enjoy, and we'll keep things rolling. Okay, we're about 3/4 of the way there, folks. About an hour out. I think it's time to start looking into setting up the approach. All right, let's get first the weather. Okay, as of 21:51. Okay, so just a few minutes ago, we're still 210, 19 on the gusts. Still a few clouds of 25,000, so we're good. All right, so currently showing 492 miles out. This ought to be perfect. Let me check my checklist, make sure. All right, so our next big steps occurred about 80 miles out, so we're good here. We got some time to work with it. All right, so again, we plan to do the Eagle 6 arrival, as you saw on the routing. Okay, let's take a look at that chart here real quick. Okay, so Eagle 6 is an Arnhem Approach that works off of Zuni, VOR, Gallup, and Winslow. Now we're going to come in on the Zuni transition. Okay, here's the ATIS, here's the airfield elevation, and transition is 18,000. Now we require radar, RNAV1, a DME, IRU, or GPS, and it's turbojets only. Okay. So either Gallup or Zuni are the only ones allowed. Winslow is assigned by ATC for hazardous weather avoidance only. Gallup and Zuni, non-GPS will. What we got here? Well, we're GPS equipped. Landing east. We're landing west, so that doesn't apply either. Okay. We're going for 25 right. Okay, so we got to get to Homer. So from Eagle, it's 215 to Homer. Okay, so let's go back out. Here's Zuni. So we're going to go to Dojo, Slider, 10s, below 33,000 feet at this point, and we'll be slowed to 270. So we'll actually be controlling the speed. Little different in this plane than the Zebo. We'll show you the differences, how the MCP works here. The Peso between 30 and 24,000, also at 270. Eagle, we slow up to 260, but stay above 18,000. Then Homer, it's below, it's a 22-mile trip from Eagle to Homer. We got to cross under 17,000, and we have to slow to 250. Now Homer is where we divert, and I'm gonna hope we can go straight to Zuni, I think it is, or not Zuni, Zerlo, and then join the Arnhem for 25 right. But if we can't, and we have to go to Zamex, we'll do so. Vietnam, there's the altitude restrictions down. 210 will be our speeds coming down, looks like. Then Derval, which is right here, and then in this box, this is what we're working for. Derval is just that's about, I think, where Zerlo is out here, to come down to join that approach. So our big thing is to start below 33,000 feet at Trins. So what I'll do is probably set 24,000 in the altitude here, so that way we don't drift below that, as well as that at Eagle. So once we get to Peso, I'll set for 18, then down to a 94, and so forth, keeping us at least above those levels. Altimeter was 2973, folks, as of right now. That probably will hold for a little bit. Okay, now once Homer is where I'm hoping to go direct, but we'll see. Here is the Arnhem, and this is an Arnhem Approach, radio navigation performance arrival. Basically, we got to make sure everything's in alignment. It should, quote, quote, should have a glide slope on it. We'll see. Frequencies are always across the top, folks. Now we're doing an RNAV, so it's final approach course 258 from VO. Yuxcon is, let's get an idea, distance-wise, 5.6 out and 3,000 feet. Arnhem, as long as we show 0.20, which I'm going to be curious if we're going to have that, 1597 is our decision hub. And then there's our airfield elevation. Missed approach, straight out to BK or BXK VOR, and we hold at 5,000 feet. Alright, so Zucco. We're coming down Zerlo, we're going to be at 7,000. 10 miles to UVO. We'll turn and come in on the approach course. 7,000, 5,000 in Tayai, Zamex, 4,000, Yukon, and so forth. Now, I'm going to back it up, but we don't have an ILS to back this up on, folks, so we're going to have to fly it the way it is. All right, let's get a ballpark here real quick. Going to probably come in around 140, 150 on the approach. So that's right in here. So again, about an 800 foot a minute descent will take us in just nicely, especially from Yuxcon to our missed approach point, 1.3 miles out. If we're at Arnhem is at 0.20, our decision altitude is 1597, 463 feet above the ground. If it's at 0.3, we go up a little, about 50, 60 feet. No, I'm sorry, we only go up about 20 feet. So, but our visual has to be more than 1.5 miles. We don't have that problem, folks. We're 10 miles, no ceiling, so we're coming in. At least we're coming in. Now, how badly we fly this will determine if we have to do a miss or not. All right, so there's our approach, folks. Let's come over here, click departure, arrival. Next, wait. We're flying. What's our approach? Oh, Eagle. Dang it. I'm looking for Zuni. Zoom. Let's make sure here. And 25 right. 25 right, Arnhem Zulu. Arnhem Zulu. Let's just make sure no differences below this. 526 25 Zulu. Zerlo. Execute. Legs. Okay, let's kind of go. Over. Need to look at something here. That's only 3. See if we get away with it, folks. It'll be an 18-mile run. I'm going to go to 7,000. And Homer is 250. Okay, I think we have the arrival in. Let's see what that's done. We're 420 miles out. Good on fuel. Alright, now if we should lose comms, folks, at Zamek's intercept and execute approach. If unable, proceed direct PX VOR and hold. Maintaining 9,000 feet. Okay, so if we lose our nav radio, oh wait, what radios are we talking about? We lose comm, so ability to talk to the tower. At Zamek's, intercept and execute the RNAV. If unable, proceed to Phoenix's VOR and hold at 9,000. Okay, so as we look at this down here, folks. Okay, so we get to Zamek's, we're cleared for the approach. If we're unable, we hold right here, but we climb up to 9,000 feet. Doesn't tell us, so I'm assuming left-hand turns, 210 on the speed, until we figure out what we're going to do to come in. That's our lost comm procedure. Other than that, folks, I believe we've wrapped it up, folks. Anyone who does these on a regular basis, if I missed anything, let me know. I would love to get these briefings a lot better. So you can now see the mountains here out in the distance starting to show up. So we are getting ever so closer to it. Okay, and with that, folks, let's bring Top Cat in. I'm going to get rid of these two real quick. And let's take a look at Top Cat. Now you're going to see some data here. We're going to do a quick update. And it was basically so I could have some basic numbers to work with. So let's update here. As of 2035. 21. What did I read? Why did I get 2035 at? Huh. Okay, 2157. We got winds at 210. Temperature of 33. altimeter 2973 dry. So we're going to come in, air conditioning on. Probably won't need anti-ice. We'll keep an eye on the weather, make sure no sandstorms. That's always possible out here, folks. We're going to set our brakes to auto 3 here shortly and come in on 25 right, which is 10,300 feet long. Full length runway, 150 feet wide, and 258 degrees on the heading. Okay, and let's compute. Okay, so we're looking at a VREF of 136. That's what we're hoping to touch down at. 141 for the approach. So 150 to 140, that's what I'm going to keep it down the approach. Now, let's get down here and work up the minimums. That's something we did not set up yet. So there you go, folks, with the speeds. I'm going to hold off on setting them until we get to about 80 nautical miles out, and then we'll set them for checklists. But I am going to go ahead and set our constraints on. Let's pull this chart away. Bring charts back. Okay, decision altitude 460. Okay, and we are set. Down here, we'll keep it. Go, and that sets us up for our approach, folks. Alright, we just crossed Amarillo, and we are on our way. Okay, and you can see that nice feature I like to use where it overlays the chart for us so we can see ourselves coming down. Alright folks, so here we come. Albuquerque should be on the horizon. There's, let's see. Okay, since we just crossed ACH, Vegas is right on the other side of that, and Vegas, New Mexico. Santa Fe, not far, and then Albuquerque lurks right in this area, just ahead of us, folks. And then we'll begin our turn at Zuni and on the Eagle 6 arrival. Okay, so next up is Zuni. So we're looking at 187 miles, folks. Okay, so again, folks, any ideas you may have for what you'd like to see in May, let me know. Like I said, I am still contemplating whether or not we're going to fly Monday. I'm doing some serious math making and hoping we can do this. Not looking so much for a particular virtual airline to fly this with, but I am looking to come on and try my luck at this bush leaguing. So I need to ask some questions today or tomorrow, find out exactly what's behind it all. We just kind of see where we're at out there with aircraft. Okay, so we'll be in Miami with the 727. I know what we can do. Okay, just getting my scheduling up to date here, so I actually probably just do that. This one I don't know yet. I'll see what's... There. Okay. So, yeah, well, the Bush League, man, I could only do about 2 hours tops of that. All right. Well, enough thinking out loud, folks. Help me out if you have any ideas. Love to hear them. We're 196 miles out, so we'll just kind of cruise on in. Hope y'all are enjoying, and we'll go from there. So go ahead and take a commercial break here and be right back. And those of you who subscribe to the channel, thank you. We sure appreciate you, and I hope you're enjoying the ad-free viewing. So, oh, we're actually getting some clouds out here. But I hope you're enjoying it, and thank you so much for the support you've given us. Like I said, that money went to assisting in getting the 747 and 727 into our hangar. But thank you so much for the all the donos and subscribing, gift subscriptions, cheering, bidding, and all of that good stuff. Thank you. It means the world. All right, folks, we are 128 miles out of Zuni VOR, about 180 miles from the projected top of descent. We'll probably start in a little early. We'll show you how to do that in this plane. It's actually really simple. One thing we can do right now, make sure our transition level's set right. Now, go to the descent page. So if you're in a different Boeing than I am, the 737 is just like this. But if you're in like the 777 or the 747-400, go to the VNAV page if that's what you have. If you don't have climb, cruise, descent on your FMC, go to VNAV. Then next page to the descent page. Hence, that's what we're going to click here. Okay. Then go to forecast. Now, here it's built in the winds. But right up here in the upper right-hand corner, that's your transition level. That's how you find it here. I think the default one does not have this. So if you're flying off a default FMS, you may have to go back to climb.
Albuquerque ground traffic, American 300, taxiing to runway 26 via Charlie Alpha.
So, just so you know, that's how you find it. That's where you would change it. If you're a default X plane, it'll probably be on your climb page. So, okay. And like I said, we skipped the step climb because, folks, quite frankly, we were only 200 miles from top of climb or top of descent. It's kind of not gonna hurt. If our fuel was right at 11 here, I might push us up, get a little benefit. That's what the step climb would do for us. So, but since we didn't, that's why we're still here. So let's get outside the plane here for a little longer. We should be in the vicinity of Albuquerque. Let's see if we can see it. Oh, it's right there behind us. And there's the Albuquerque, the Air Force Base. Come on, Mike. Doggone it. The Air Force Base is up here, and I can't think of the name of it. Oh. It'll come to me right as I'm landing on that. Yeah. And then you've got Cannon Air. It's a Osprey base. So there's Ospreys there for the special forces of the Air Force, as well as Cannon Air Force Base over in the Texas-New Mexico border. All I can say, folks, sometimes it sucks to get old trying to remember these things. Here, let's do a flyby. Now, as you look at the screen in that upper right-hand corner, you see the chart. Now you can start seeing the approach chart for the star coupled into it. So now we won't be on it 100%, but we're going to be pretty much in there. And to give you an idea where we are on that star, and you can see how it's working for us. To some degree, we'll see the Arnhem side. And I don't know if Flight Factor supports that. We'll find out real quick. The good thing is, nice clear day. It's a good way to find out. It's a good day to learn. And as you can tell, folks, we're not grabbing too much here. That wind, you know, pretty much right on the nose. So it's one of those, it is what it is kind of days. Turn around, we get a little bit of a bump in speed, but not much. Alright, just getting some housekeeping done here. Okay. Let's get in here. Zoom is 50 miles out. And into Phoenix we will be heading. Thank you to those who have stuck out the 3.5 hour, 4 hour run we've had so far. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate you. Uh-oh, Hawker 125's in with his prediction already. You know what? I might as well throw one out there too. Alright, so with the Arnhem Approach, we're going to see... let me pull up that email and see if I can make heads or tails of it here real quick. If I kept it. I don't see it, dang it. Nope. Let's see if it's over. Maybe it's still in my trash bin. Nope, I don't see it. Oh well. Alright, so here we go, folks. 40 miles out, we start the approach into Phoenix. And all we're doing is we're just turning on to the initial, from the initial fix to the star at Zuni. Well, it is Hawker 125, a great plane. You ought to put one in your stable. Pretty simple to fly like the Airbus. So, just holds a little bit more fuel and a few more people. Couldn't resist throwing the scare bus in. Eventually, yes. Well, it is a good plane, so. And like I said, I have been toying with the idea of a 777 again, so. Yep, and you will enjoy that Piper Arrow. I know I had fun flying them. They were a little pricey for this young buck back then. Oh wait, they're still pricey today. Yeah, I do like the 777, but I also enjoy the 744 and 742. And I'm gonna get that 47 updated here soon, give it a shot. See what the Sparks 43 crew has come up with. Oh, I enjoyed the Arrows. I didn't fly a turbo, but they were fun. Alright. Get our sub goals back up there, folks, as we go over the high country here. I do remember this being not too many mountains out here. Yeah, you had the Continental Divide to cross in between Albuquerque and Gallup, but really it wasn't all that high a terrain, if you will. Flip over here to I mean, we had some mountains and all, but really it was the Continental Divide. I forget the sign where it was out. I just know it was somewhere between Albuquerque and Gallup. And it really wasn't like what you would cross in, say, Colorado, where you got massive mountains. It was pretty bearable, in my opinion, folks. Okay, Zoom is 14 miles ahead, and that starts the Eagle 6 arrival. There we go, folks. Coming over Zoom. And we're getting, gonna still be pretty much right into the wind. Now let's look ahead here, see if we have any, nope, nobody's online still. Whole bunch just came online out east of us. Memphis, Dallas, and Houston. Here, we got updated. Okay, just making sure. All right, top of descent is showing up. We need to get in here and get those checks done real quick. All right, at 80 miles out, the seatbelt sign never got turned off. Let's go to the INT ref page. Okay, we're about an hour old on this information, so go ahead and plug it. Auto brake, we're going to 3. EFIS panel, we've got the DH is set. This, we're not running ILS. We can't even back it up, so it is what it is. And let's get back to the arrival chart. Let's go to 24,000. Now, a couple of things we can do here, folks. We can let her hit top of descent and, you know, fall into the descent, or we can push it early. I'm planning to do it at about 20 miles out, which will be the inner arc here. Okay, so to do that, all we do, very simply go to the descent page, and we'll click descent now at that point. But right now we're going to hang tight because I don't like dragging at an altitude unless ATC tells me to come down. Because we may level off before 24, and then we're just kind of burning fuel when we could have been coming down with it. All right, let's check up here. Get that unruly cargo back there in line. Now we are going to get some nice mountains here as we come into Phoenix. They do have a nice rim around them as well. All right, folks, we are slowly getting our way in there. 20 minutes to go. Welcome aboard. Hope y'all enjoy the ride in. Hopefully a little, not as, what would be as rough, bumpy as the departure was. And feel free to put a prediction in, folks. The asterisk predict, I'm sorry, not asterisk, exclamation mark predict, space and the negative number will get you in the pile for what we're doing. Okay, so let's get back in here because I know 20 miles goes quick. Perfect. All right, so we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna start our descent now. Go to the descent page, see if it tells us how far out. It does not. We'll do that real quick. 17, get a little closer. Again, we're doing an Arnhem Approach, RNP approach. Web gear. Welcome aboard. miles, let's start it. Descent. Set for 24. Descend now. That was pretty tough, wasn't it? I pull my throttles back. It should be totally automatic on the sim. Web Gear, welcome in. Hope you enjoy the arrival into Sky Harbor. Arnhem Approach. Give everyone a refresher on it. Basically, we're going to come, well, let me do it this way. We're going to come off of Homer, direct Zerlo, and then join the Arnhem Approach. So we've got a little ways to go, but like I said, you can tell Homer is where we're going to come off at to join Zerlo, and then on to the approach. Not sure if that's how it's really flown, but that's how Flying with Mike will do it today. Got a couple more songs rung here, folks, and then we're going to begin to slowly move into a more sterile cockpit. Okay, let's go to legs page. Okay. Anytime, WebGear. Anytime. Here we go, folks. Back into the mountains, and Phoenix is on the other side of these ridges. That far one in the off in the distance will kind of go down in between the valley there. Not a lot going on at Sky Harbor right now. But for those of you that enjoy military aviation, you've got Luke Air Force Base over here, of course up to the north there, Nellis, and the Nevada Test Range. But those Allegiant Air fans, and I want to say a few other low-cost ones. Here's where Mesa is. This one down here. Anyway, Mesa's in this area. So, here they are. Right there. Alright folks, we are, as the systems are telling us, 15 minutes from arriving in Sky Harbor. And we'll see how true that is. I'm laying odds 20-25 minutes, but we'll see. I could be wrong. But exclamation mark, the word predict, space, and a negative number puts you in the hat to see who gets the closest to see what Flying with Mike will do on the landing. Alright, I need to get my butt back into plane here, folks. Okay, and coming up, Peso. Okay, Peso is where we got to be at 24. We just slowed to 270. The range here. Allow the terrain radar to catch up. Keep that open right now. There's no weather to be too concerned with here. Now it looks like I was wrong. We're not going to be flying in that valley much. We're just going to kick about a 30-degree turn here in a minute. All right, we'll just end the mute. Oh, let's get one more song. Actually, no, I think we'll just go in now. Pretty much sterile up the aircraft and make our run here to Sky Harbor. 24,000 feet. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and set our next level, which is 18. Okay, Eagle at 260 and 18,000 or above. All right, altimeter setting. We should have new weather now. As of 22:51. Find new weather. There you are. 22:51. Shows us 2971. Temperature 33 degrees, so we should be good to go. Okay. Right, so after Eagle, go down 9,400 feet. Actually, we'll go ahead and start heading towards 7,000 after that. But we'll keep things in mind because we got to get below 17, which that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, and we should start slowing. If not, we'll do it ourselves. $260 for Eagle. Then the big thing ahead of us will be just getting to 250 at Homer, but that's a 72-mile run, or not a 72, 22-mile run. Sorry, folks. Okay, there's 19. Once we cross into 18, I'll set us up for the 2971 altimeter. Now I'm going to set 94. Set 10,000. Okay, now we have an altitude disagree. It wasn't these two, it's the one over here. Come back one notch and we'll see it. This one is still at standard, so all we got to do is click the set screw, which will then move it over. There we go, folks. Starting to see the mountain range here at just outside of Phoenix. Kind of like LA surrounds it, but it's not the ocean though that brings the air in. It's desert all around. All right, so 10 minutes according to the clock up at the top. Alright folks, just after 6 o'clock here in the St. Louis area, and we're about to make the turn to head to Zerlo. Okay, currently I kind of like where we're at here on this descent rate. We'll kind of watch it. This arc right here, folks, is what we're watching. We want it to, when we make the turn here at Homer, to be no further than here. We've reached our 250, so we're steepening up a little bit. We can run 7,000 from here to here. And I'm fine with that. That allows us to get slowed up and fully dialed in to being able to fly this approach. Here we go, folks. Making the turn at Homer. Alright, transition set was at, let's do this real quick. Alright. Alright, we did all of these. Auto brake is at 3. EFIS panel set. ILS we're not running. Descent set. Transition level we've got set to the right altimeter. We do not need to worry about anti-ice, runway, and we'll runway and edge lighting coming on here in a second. Speed brake's not needed. We're on, controlling the speeds, and then we'll start dialing in flaps. There again is the frame rates real quick for you. Okay. Descending down to 7,000. Looking at the needle here, we should be fine. Let's get our approach course put in. Okay, so looks like 5 miles from we'll be at 7,000. Perfect. As we get closer to Zerlo, I'll switch into that chart for you. or just get rid of it altogether. Okay. And right there is Zerlo, folks. So as soon as we clear these mountains, we're good. Hard to believe we're going to make 7,000. And I am going to get us slowed here as soon as we get below. Okay, there's 10,000. Lights are on. I'm gonna now slow to 10. Speed brakes to help us get down there quicker. Okay, there we go, folks. All right, so we're slowing to 210. We've got 7,000 reachable. Then we're going to stair step down until we can see the runway. We'll be 20 miles out when we turn. Alright, so here we go. Alright, there's the city of Phoenix, folks. Off to our left, out in the distance, would be Mesa. And then off to our right, we'll be turning soon for Sky Harbor. Okay, one notch of flaps coming in. Flaps 1 set. Okay, let's set 5,000. All right, folks, I am not seeing any indication that we have an RNAV. Give it a shot, but we're not picking anything up. That's kind of weird. So, like I said, it may not be modeled in this aircraft. Okay, here we go, folks. Go flaps 5. And indicated. I think I got the runways. Descending to 3,000. Slowing to 180. Flaps 10. Very high. On the left. Okay, gears down, brake set, lights on, flaps 20. Come on, here. I have to grab. Right, now we're starting to feel more groove. Set 160.
$1,000.
Still feel very high.
$500. Minimums.
This.
$100.
I don't think I like this airport.
50. 40. 30.
Damn it. Oh.
20. 10.
Oh, I hate when this airplane does that. Oh, thank you there, Hawker. We sure appreciate you. Should not have needed that much runway. But it did put us closer to parking. I really do not like how this airport's modeled in X-Plane. I may have to look for one. I thought I'd been here once before. I really just don't like it. I know it's desert land and all, but that's kind of ridiculous. Who knows? I've never been here. Who knows? It may actually look like this. Alright, so let's get on the right map here. Cross over, come back on hotel to the south cargo area off H4, Hotel 4. I'll have to get in there and see if maybe there's a better looking, because boy, that's a trip, folks. And because I didn't check my surfaces, I had, where if I just ease it to the left, it just fully deflects and makes it hard to fly. But we made it. That's all that matters. We're in. We'll check the data here in a second. Phoenix traffic. Oop, hang on, we're not broadcasting. Phoenix traffic, FedEx 811 heavies off runway 7 right, taxi to South Cargo. Didn't know they had a North Cargo. I'll have to look for it here in a sec. Oh, there is east. Oh, that's east and west. All right, let's run the checklists. Okay. Okay, after landing, autopilot, auto throttles are off. Left and right flight directors are coming down. Speed brakes are off. Flaps are up. And let's get the APU firing. Let's go to status, see how hard we hit the brakes. Not bad at all, no temperatures. And let's get on down the road. Almost there. All right, so there's the one of the FBOs here, folks. Looks like on the map here, Swift and Cutter Aviation are here. Yeah, they got a U.S. Airways A320 in there. And it looks like maybe an Air Canada. See when we get up closer here. Oh, and a Delta A320 as well. No, that's Air Berlin. Wow. All right, so memory serves me, we're in the front spots for FedEx. Trying to get a quick map up here. Yeah, those first spots are FedEx. Yeah, right about here. Hit kill. All right, we'll just bring it in. Alright, let's make sure the parking brake's set. Okay, perfect. Okay, final checks. Runway, taxi lights off, flaps are up, standby on the transponder. And we'll go up top here. Okay, APU's available. We'll get the bleed running. Okay, let's shut them down. Real quick, Volanta put us in it. Oh my goodness, really? After that? Oh my. Oh, you're now a little nervous to see what Sim Toolkit did. 92 feet a minute? Holy mackerel. I was not expecting that. Holy cow. All right, we are shut down. Final doors, fuel's cut off, fuel pumps, and that's it for now, folks. All right, fuel pumps off. And the APU is running. And got nobody in the pattern, so disconnect. And file the flight plan. Wow, I was not expecting that, folks. Alright, let's look at that real quick here. This is a neat tool that FedEx, or that we have here. Let's finish this flight real quick. Wow, I was not expecting that number. But we'll take it. Alright, so here's the landing reports, folks. So we're going to go up here. 25 left. Oh no. I sure did. How did it get on that runway? It even said to... Oh, I tell you. I get aggravated sometimes at this thing. 25 right, it says on my flight plan. And it put me down for 25 left. Ah. Well, it does show the damage, folks. We were outside the landing zone. Technically go around city. Can't really tell you how far off the center line because it's working off of the other runway. But here's the landing data. 136, which I think is what we were showing on Top Cat. Well, let's find out. It would help if you all were seeing this too, wouldn't it? Okay. Here's the runway we planned for and showed up in the flight plans that you saw. However, some strange reason Sim Toolkit likes the other runway. Don't know why. Is what it is, I know. So, but anyway, what we were looking at was the landing speed here, 136, seeing what Top Cat had. 136, so I can't complain there. And there's the rest of the numbers, folks. I mean, like I said, 92 feet a minute, I had no idea. So, I've already taken us off VATSIM. I've closed my flight. So let's get rid of Sim Toolkit. And let's go take a look at this thing in all of its, should never have been 92 feet a minute. But we'll take it, don't get me wrong, we'll take it. Alright, let's kind of see how we did here. See, there's where it was wanting. See how it just does that. It's because I didn't calibrate before the flight. Ugh. And I think that gave me some of the troubles out of Atlanta, too. I could have fun with Hawker 125 on that, but I won't. Alright, let's push it in. Just really do not like this airport. Wow. Love the airport in real life. Not here. Wow, that's just... It just seemed like my joystick there was just really loose. Let's watch that again. Yeah, I don't know how it pulled that number off, folks. I really don't. But we'll take it. We'll take it. Really don't know. Well, let's, had we had passengers. Huh. Interesting all around. I'm not really sure my takeaways on this other than I got lucky and got a good landing number out of it. Big lesson, calibrate the sticks. Made it. That's all that matters. see how the tower view looks. All right, folks. Well, thanks for flying with Mike today. Interesting, definitely an interesting approach into Sky Harbor today. We're going to work on finding better graphics because I really don't like this. Really do not like it. Ooh, that could have been a tail strike had I come down. I'm glad I did kind of float up. Right, well, there we are, folks, on the ground. All right, let's see. You know what? Who do we want to rate? Let's head this over to 803 Fox. So, he's up in his Cessna 172 VFRing around somewhere, folks. But thanks for flying with Mike. Tomorrow we'll be in the 727, tearing the skies up literally. Hope you all can join us. We'll try our hardest to get going at 16 Zulu, 11 o'clock out here in St. Louis. So, God bless you all. I hope you all have a great night. Be kind, and we'll see you again on our next flight. Here we go, over to November 8033 Fox.